Hello. Is the exclamation mark yip not working? Oh no. Oh god. Wait, no. Oh, I haven't set it on Fireball. Oops, my bad. I'm stupid. I gonna do it right now. I couldn't believe I forgot about it. I already have the preset, so it should be a lot easier. Hi Nexus. Hi Ion and hi Evie. Here, let me do this real quick. Real quick. Alright. I'm gonna do it right here. Sorry that the exclamation mark yep not working. Still, I hope you are doing good. See here, commands, new custom command. Advancement? Ah, there it is. Preset. Then, yep. No cooldown? It should work now. Sorry, I'm just doing it on stream. Yay! Okay. Sorry about that, you. Also, hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I ate something too spicy this morning. I ate something too spicy this morning. And now I'm struggling a little bit with heartburn, sadly. I'm okay though, promise, right? I'm okay, just a little bit of Thank you, Evie. But yeah, I'm okay, I promise, right? I'm very okay, just a little bit of a heartburn. I already had like my medicine, my what do you call it again? The liver? No. You know, the medicine to counter heartburn, that kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know what they're called. Weiyao. Antacid? I think. Oh yeah, I think that's the word. Because I only know it's called Weiyao, but I don't know what it is in English. But I think I heard the word antacid before, so that must be it. I actually don't know if I'm able to finish Impossible story mode today. Reason being that tonight there's a family dinner. And why is there a family dinner, you may ask? It's my mama's birthday. Oh my god, it's my mama's birthday today. So it's also why I'm kind of late today as well. This morning I went to, I brought my mama to somewhere we never been to before. As like a little treat, I guess. But that place is pretty good, honestly. The price can be a little bit... the price is a little bit scary, but it's okay. Go. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna do the impossible... Oh, not the impossible. I'm sure a lot of people already done it. Oh, you got the cream pie now. Alright, it's about the game. Wait, I need to become small first. Also, best music that's playing right now. Revenge. So good. Alright, let's close this one. Minimize this one. Open up this one and we good. I cannot wait to play Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, I want the full game to come out. I'm pretty sure when the full game comes out, the AMD FSR Ultra Performance is probably going to work. Most likely, definitely going to work. If not, I don't know what to do. Oh yeah, I need to like. Hey, oh, wait, no, everything is falling apart. Just put this one up here so it doesn't fall. Sorry. Okay, there we go. This should be fine. Also, this new cable, so good. No matter how much I shake this, the leap motion doesn't disconnect. It's so good. Hi, Sandy. I'm not playing Guitar Hero. Why am I holding it like this? Alright. Let's do, as always, let's do like 1 or 2 of my favorite music as a warm-up, right? Let's see, yeah. Story mode. Right, so last night I saw there's like 1 rhythm rift, 1 boss battle, 1 rhythm rift, 3 rhythm rift, another boss battle, and the end, right? So I think yeah, we're getting close to winning the entire game. But for now, right, let's do a little bit of warm-up on like 1 or 2 or 3 of my favorite music actually. So first one obviously is going to be Disco Disaster because holy shit, best music in the game. I love Disco Disaster.
What the?
What the?
3, 2, 1, let's go! I'm on fire! Right on!
There we go.
In the zone.
Oops.
Now we're talking. All right.
Oh.
On a roll.
This music is so fun.
Awesome. I'm on fire.
Oh, clean, so clean. So clean. Also, I cannot help but notice, I mean, that is just a Necrodancer straight up, right? Unless Necrodancer has a twin brother that he doesn't know, then... yeah, then we might have a bit of a problem. That was so clean though. Has to be an yeah.
Looking pretty good.
A new high score as well. 955100. I'm good. Alright, there's also one that I really like. Glass Cages. You know, the demo music is what I really like, to be honest. Overthinker is really fun. Let's play Overthinker. As a warm-up. And then we continue, right?
Oh, honey. 3, 2, 1, bring it on! On a roll! Alright!
Actually good music.
Now we're talking.
My brain still does some work on this.
In the zone. Bring on.
Still don't get that one.
I'm on fire. Awesome.
Okay.
In the zone.
Not okay.
On a roll.
Maybe I need to slow down this to learn this pattern. How did I mess up?
Now we're talking. I won't give up.
Oh, that's too close. That's so not clean now.
Are you? Don't be silly.
But hey, first try. B, I'll take it.
One more try.
New high score as well. This one is 1 million. 1177807. Very nice. Alright, very nice. One more is Glass Cages. Yeah, Glass Cages is really fun as well.
3, 2, 1, go! On a roll. Yes.
Too hard.
Right on. Excellent.
Misinput.
Don't give in. Come on, Cadence. Keep it going. Awesome. Good work. In the zone. Very good.
Messed up. That was the easiest part too.
Impressive.
I don't want to learn this one. There we go. I don't learn that one. There we go. First try. I'm still with my cheaty ways of winning. I'm such a cheaty bold. I don't think that's a high score. I'm just
getting started.
I stand corrected. That's a high score. I'll take it. Alright. Now we can... Ooh, do I play Revenge? Of course I play Revenge. Alright.
She's here.
Just gonna warm up real quick. Hell yeah.
All right. I'm on fire. Show off. Right on. Rock time. All right.
Hey?
In the zone.
Hell yeah.
Reaper!
Okay, nice. We. I think that's a good warm up, right? That's a good warm up. Very nice. Hi,
Just
meme
warming
overlord.
up.
Hello, welcome. Alright, so now where we left off, Necropolis. Alright, Necropolis. Ooh, time to learn again. I'm scared. Here we go.
Why, you...
I know it's you, Necrodancer. You can stop pretending.
3, 2,
Yeah,
1,
you look the same.
Awesome! Keep it together. That's better.
It doesn't work.
Not good.
Wait a
I
minute,
know
don't
I
tell
can
me
do it.
I missed you being overthinker impossible. I did it just now. Want to see me do it again? I'm gonna brag. I can beat it. And then this one. I'm gonna do it again. Sorry if it seemed egotistic. I'm sorry.
Oh, honey. 3, 2, 1,
But I
let's go!
genuinely love the music.
On a roll!
Still don't know that one.
Alright! In the zone.
Hey.
Awesome!
I still don't know this pattern now. It's not with the same beat as the skeleton. Yeah, I don't get it. It's okay.
I'm on fire!
Hey.
Right on!
Thank you, practice mode. I don't want to look at the zombies.
Now we're talking.
Hey. Hey. This part is hard.
On a roll! Awesome!
Hey.
Right on.
Nice. Very fun. I love this music.
Are you? Don't be silly.
This song causes me mental anguish. I think music with zombies causes me mental anguish like last night did.
Gotta keep trying.
I don't remember which one is it though. Yeah, not just kidding. Yeah. Why is it squishing upwards though? I got it. I got a new high score. I'll take it. Very nice. Alright, now we can try to learn that music again. Sorry if that seems egotistical. It's not my intention. I just genuinely love overthinking. That hurts my soul. A B rank. Oh. Wait, actually, which part are you struggling with? Yeah, great at the song. Oh, thank you. Is it the fast part?
Why you?
How are you?
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's keep trying.
All right. I'm on fire. In the zone.
Oh.
All right. On a roll.
Hey. Hey.
Right on. Awesome. Now we're talking. Got this.
Oh, this one is pretty easy. I'm surprised. Yeah, but I'm just about incapable of doing it because of, let's just say, personal physical limitations. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna pry. I totally understandable, right? Sometimes when the music, it's like the certain pattern, the certain patterns that is like, some people cannot do it. It's very understandable. You're so easily manipulated. Weren't you working at Magic Hamburger? Beans. But I helped you in Magic Hamburger though.
Let's do this again.
No, we good. I tell you whispers because I'm fine with you knowing, but I'm not saying it publicly. Very understandable. I'll look at it afterwards then, if you don't mind. Reap what you sow.
You fool.
While you were chasing after me, look what happened to your ally.
Suzu, no!
Reaper, I'll leave you to take out this trash.
I warned you!
I don't trust you, you little shit. I want you to leave us alone. Or more like you don't want the Necrodancer. Why don't you tell me that Necrodancer is behind all this then, you asshat? Oh my god, they're so stupid. Just say it. The one that's working at Magic Hamburger. Oh shit, this is a boss battle. Wait, I cannot do it. I need to know the pattern first before I can fight. Watch me die first.
Bring it on!
Okay. I'm just the best. What was that? I assume the flaming ones is not the good one. I know how to dodge this one. I didn't dodge it, but I can attack though. Oh, I have to hit it? Oh, I have to press up to deflect it, I think. Yeah, okay. Oh. What? That is fucked up. What do you mean? Sent you in the whispers? Okay. I think my PC won't die from this. Yeah. Rift of the Necrodancer is not that it's not that intensive, so it should be fine. Oh yeah, that's very understandable. It's okay. It's safe with me. I will not say anywhere else. I totally understand. Yeah. It is totally something like that could cause, like, some limitations on movement of thingies, I think. It happens. I've done this section exactly once. I mean, hey, once is pretty good. Because of that limitation, I think doing it once is actually commendable.
3, 2, 1, go!
so I got that one. Okay, that one dodges sideways. Okay. Dodge is the opposite side, I think. Why do we have Undertale? Why is Sans here? What? Why? Some hidden timings that I can attack one more time. Yeah, dodge opposite side. Oh, I missed it.
I don't think so.
So black one I need to dodge down, okay. Okay. Oh, I get more attack if I chose the hard one. Right? Yeah, okay, okay. Music is so fucking good though. I would not be able to react to the black skull like that. Oh, lag! I'll take it.
Such willpower.
Such rugged facials not despite me only having facial first of the two major barricades for me. I am still very hesitant to actually commit to getting that godforsaken song done. And yes, you do get real with more hits for going for harder patterns. I'm gonna try to hit the black skull. Or like, I don't care which pattern I got. I'm gonna go for the single beat, like after beat.
Reaper?
Reaper, are you okay?
I think so.
But I still things are oh hazy. Cadence, I can handle things here. Do what you need to do. Thanks, Stove.
Let's finish this.
I cannot believe it. It's still Necrodancer. Is the what? But I love the Necrodancer though because he was at 9 to 5 or like longer than that at Magic Hamburger. Well, it's not even a 9 to 5 at that point. It's a fucking 24/7 shop stall, I think. All right, let's try Impossible. Let's do it. It shouldn't be too hard. Maybe, hopefully, I hope. Yeah. Thank you, game. Alright, here we go. I can learn.
2, 1, let's go.
Oops. The music's fucked up. Oh, how the pattern. Okay. Nice. Bam. I don't want to bet on the black skull. That's why I'm doing this. 1, 2, bam. That works. Hi, malicious maker. Come. Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, it's really hard. Okay. Oh, leg. Seems to be more leg play somehow. I didn't dodge that. Ah. Okay. Second try, I think. Oh, this one is really fun. It's way better than the Matron fight. Matron fight is really like... It's not memorized pattern, it's reacting patterns. It's really hard. But Reaper is like memorizing pattern is really fun.
Let me try that one again.
Nah, all good. GG.
Let's fit.
True colors. Are you just going to keep chasing me around? As long as it takes. You of all people know that I never give up. Yes, I know. In fact, I'm counting on it. Oh shit. Baboosh. Babushka.
3, 2, 1, go!
What am I listening to? When music, there's no music.
3, 2, 1, move!
Okay, side read, side read.
In the zone.
Oh, the question mark is always the shoot.
Keep it together.
Oh,
Okay, gotta figure this out. 3, 2, 1, come on!
come on. What? I didn't press that.
Come on, fire! Come on, Cadence. I can't give up. 3, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Okay. I need to press. I need to play my own song for that.
Gotta focus. I'm not done yet. Awesome! Not good.
Oh
Just
no!
one more shot.
Oh no! Why is there so much lag now? Why did I open extra? There's like constant stuttering going on. I don't know if you guys see it, but it didn't happen for the past 2 days. I didn't open up anything extra. And fuck the charting of this song in particular. This one's
3,
very
2, 1, move!
weird, kind of.
On a roll.
That part is so fucked up.
Right on. I won't give up. Okay. In the zone. Awesome.
Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Well done. But what was the point?
Whoops.
Whoops. Hey, Kaden, this is good enough. All I need to do is to get past the impossible difficulty. That's it. Alright, here we go. Rifted away.
Ha! It's useless.
I can open more rifts than you can handle. Whatever will you and your tiny brain do?
Listen.
I can keep this up for longer than you can, old man. Maybe you can, but what will happen to all of the innocent people of this world in the meantime? It won't be long until the entire population is fully under my control. You're a magic hamburger again, you fuck! I even help you make hamburgers. Hiya, Necrosonatica. Are we having a classical pieces moment? Oh my god, yes, please.
3, 2, 1, fight! On a roll! Back in the groove. How about
my
a
god.
do-over?
This one's really hard. Holy shit. Need to rest. Good night. Good night, meme overlord. Have a good rest. Love that one. That's an Exalto, right? Very cute. Love that one. Have a good rest. Alright. This one is gonna be a pain. Here we go.
Gotta focus. That's more like it. No way.
Right? That's the beat, so I need to find the button. Find where the skeletons are for the beat.
3, 2, 1, move! I'm on fire! Not good. Let's go. Come on, Cadence.
Not the
Let's
zombies,
try
man.
that again.
Not the zombies, man. Anything but the zombies, man. God dang
Three,
it.
two,
I don't
one,
like the
come on.
zombies.
Now we're talking.
Oi!
I'll win next time.
That one is a little bit of a mind fuckery, but I like it. Because it's not zombies, right? If it's not
2,
zombies, then
1,
it's
go.
good.
Right on. Not good. In the zone. Time for a
Oh, okay.
rematch.
So it's like left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, and then alternate in between. Okay, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. I get it. I get it. I need to alternate between my right and left hand.
3, 2, 1, fight! I'm on fire! Come on, Cadence. Phew. On a roll. I won't give up. Awesome. How
Oh,
about a do-over?
oh, really hard, dude. It's so difficult. Oh my goodness. I mean, it is supposed to be impossible, so
3,
I get
2,
it.
1, move! I'm on fire! Now we're talking. Got something. Right on. I know I can do it.
I think it's all upright, upright, and then left constantly on double beat. I think that looks like what it is. That looks like this, I think.
3, 2,
I don't
1,
know.
fight! In the zone. Right on. I'm on fire! Awesome! I almost had it.
Ooh, wow, that was really difficult. What? Hi, Evans. Welcome. I think I got this though. Just a few more tries to get the get the feeling of this
3, 2,
music.
1,
And we should
go.
be good.
Now we're talking. All right.
I pressed too much.
Okay. Keep it together. Back in the groove. On a roll. I won't give up. No way.
Ding, 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 right? And then like left right alternate constant 1 beat.
3, 2, 1, come on.
I love rock. This song is great. I know, right? Nothing beats like Family Jewels, like in the Necro Dancer thing.
Awesome. Right on.
I got locked out at the most unfortunate moment.
Figure this out. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. I'm on fire!
Wait.
Right on!
Thanks for the follow, whoever you are. I'm a little bit stuck. A little bit.
On a roll! Good.
Is it not?
I'll win next time.
Is it dun 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 maybe? I didn't even fall in near every time I awake until late I end up here. Guess this is old. It's okay. I sometimes forget about lots of things as well. And don't worry about it. But thanks for the follow though. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, move! Awesome! In the zone! All right. I won't give up. That's more like it. Now we're talking.
Oh,
Let's try that again.
I got juked by the swordsman.
3, 2, 1, fight! All right. Right on. I'm on fire.
Oh, the
I
swordsman,
can't
eh?
give up.
I cannot keep forgetting about the swordsman.
3, 2, 1, move!
We start from, I mean, the start is fine, right? I want to practice maybe from 100. Start is okay, I think.
That's how it's done!
In the zone.
Oh my god. Right, up, left, right, 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 left.
Now we're talking. Awesome!
Crazy, how the we stop until, let's see, about... We don't play the whole music first, because that's too much for me to handle. Let's stop 210. Hi, Bad Gamer. There's more than one creature in the same spot. Is there a need to click more than one time? Like, usually there's no overlapping, right? It's usually when you have to press twice really fast. They don't, they usually don't exist at the same beat. It's what this game's, on the same key is what I'm trying to say, right? So there's no like up twice in 0.1 second, but like very fast double tap, it exists, right?
They might be monsters, but you're a beast!
Maybe not 210, because that one is still like more than what I need. Let's say 300. How about that? Because there's like a lot of crazy stuff here.
Just like how we do it back home!
Okay, I kind of got that one. Okay, that doesn't lock me out good. Okay, hands can't really flow with my eyes. I'm rather slow. With eyes is, you know what's funny? I can hardly follow with my eyes as well. What I do is sort of muscle memory, and listen to the beat and press, kind of, right? I can slowly build my muscle memory to press on time. So that's why it's like the first few times trying to sight read is like crazy hard. It's normal. It's very normal. I don't think I can react that fast as well. It's just muscle memory is slowly building up. That's why we have practice mode. We can build muscle memory on like the same place again again.
Now that's 110%!
I'm on fire! Bring 'em on!
And the zombie, I just don't care.
On a roll!
I think a few more times I should be able to get past that part now.
I'm on fire!
I want to learn that. It's so painful. Oh yeah. Moving on muscle memory builds quite a bit of adrenaline. Yeah. It kind of does. That's why long period of play not recommended, but I kind of just want to get through this game's story while also going through impossible for some reason. But I'm doing it. It's okay. But I got a weird perk of my own that I can calm
3,
down
2,
rather easily
1, come
sometimes.
on!
So that's a win in my book.
In the zone. Right. Now we're talking. Right on.
Not the cleanest, but hey, I'll take it.
Come on, Cadence. Awesome.
Oh my
Just
god!
one more shot.
I think I might have to practice the last part. I can sort of get past the 60% of the music
3,
pretty
2,
okay now.
1, go.
Let's start from 250, maybe 300, 250. Yeah, 250. Make it more clean.
On a roll. I'm on fire.
What was that? Okay, keep trying, keep trying. That was so that was already that death like so many times already.
All right.
That's clean. Left, up, right. I don't get that part. It's so difficult.
In the zone.
the smile of the character on the right. I wonder how does he such a fabulous white smile. White smile. I guess that's one way to describe it. Oh.
That's how it's done!
Right on.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast!
Just a few more times, I think. I got this. I think I can spam 2 buttons,
Now we're talking.
sacrifice 1 roll to make it easy for myself.
Now that's 110%!
Okay, one more time, then it should be good. This one is really difficult. I need so many more practice.
Looking swole!
On a roll.
No, that's not good.
Just like how we do it back home!
In the zone.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Three, two, one, go!
Okay.
On a roll.
Lucky. I just need to get past that.
Now we're talking.
Oops. Told you I got it. Finally, good stuff. We take those. You won this battle, but you're losing the war. My grip on this world is only growing stronger. Dang, Necrodancer really wants it, huh? Yeah, that's a B.
Don't count me out yet.
A win is a win, I'll take it. Skeleton crew?
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for coming, everyone. I'm close to being able to finish this, but I need your help. I can defeat the Necrodancer himself, but I can't keep up with the rifts he's opening. I'm winning, but in the meantime he's destroying this world. Though it seems he can only open rifts in a small area around himself. If you help me surround him and you deal with the rifts he produces, I can finish him off.
I'm ready.
Oh, I've been itching to fight.
I'm in.
Count me in.
Well,
Oh dear.
okay.
Okay, for the nice people of this world, I'll do it. You have my sword. I literally made a new one today.
That's teamwork.
Our teamwork surely spells the end of the Necrodancer. Merlin, I love you, but you're the worst.
Let's do this.
Alright, let's go finish this. An hour later.
This is it.
This is it, Necrodancer. We've got you surrounded. Open as many rifts as you like, it won't matter. This time, you have to face me. Aha, so you brought all your stupid little friends.
At last.
At last?
Uh,
You're happy that I'm going to kick your butt? Maha, you're so delightfully easy to manipulate. I have the power to transport people between worlds, though I have to break one of the lute's string to do it. This must be what Suzu was talking about. But it only works in one direction. Baby, you will light out my world like nobody else? Sorry. To get myself back to our world, I will eventually have to break another string. I can't get rid of all of you individually. I don't have enough strings left. But now that you're in one place, I can get rid of all of you meddlesome turds in one fell swoop.
You imbecile.
Thank you for your help, you imbecile. Now, wait here patiently while I perform the incantation. It will only take a minute or two.
not a chance.
It'll be hard to perform the incantation with my boot in your windpipe. Boot in your windpipe. You never fail to entertain me. Oh, we're fighting a Necrodancer? It's a boss fight? Let's go medium first. Boss battle means it's punch out, right? Yeah. Show me your pattern.
3, 2, 1, dance.
Ooh.
So obvious.
So fast. Red flame down. Red flame down. Purple flame dodge the other side. Oh, what was that? I think the movement matters as well. The triple one is the... Yeah. Okay. The triple fast movement is the instant attack. Yeah. No, it's not. Okay, they changed it. Oh, is that white flame? It still is.
Give me your power!
Ayo. Oh shit. He's cool. Oh. Oh. Okay, so every time a skeleton is defeated, they will attack one more. Flex position. I have to learn this is impossible. I don't think I can react to things. It's probably gonna take a few times.
Ooh. So predictable.
Oh, they can counter. Okay.
That hurt. Oh no.
Okay. Question mark is the it is a counter.
Oh, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm scared.
Try again.
What was that?
Reanimate.
Yo, that's cool.
Oh no.
Oh no! I will not be able to react to all of this after. This is gonna take a while.
You down. Oh.
Do you have more?
You got me.
You guide me!
Why is it always you?
I'm gonna have a bad time learning this. It's impossible. Okay, it should be fine,
Not bad, not bad.
Lick, please. Gonna feel cool because of that too. This is not real. I mean I have to play through that on impossible, so how dare you take it from me?
My loot.
My loot! Give me that loot! Yeah!
Whoa.
Whoa there, Necrodancer. You won't be getting near the loot ever again.
Cadence?
You really did it? Is it actually over? For real? Well, we have the loot, so I guess that means we're in control of the rift now. Yeah. Yes, it does. Well done, everyone. I hate to spoil the mood, but the only technique I know for traveling back through the rift needs the loot to be fully repaired first. And all of us need to go through the rift at the same time. And I mean everyone that came through the rift to this world. Everyone.
It can't be.
It has to be the Necrodancer as well?
What?
You mean you have to take him with us? The Necrodancer? Yeah. Ugh. Guess we don't really have a choice. But Suzu, are you sure you're okay with this? You'll be going back to the crypt.
I hate it!
But now the Reaper and the other have recovered, and I've met all of you. I'm starting to feel a bit more optimistic. With your help, maybe I can find a way to return home with Reaper and destroy the loot. Once and for all. No more rifts, no more being trapped in the crypt for anyone.
Let's do it.
I'm under no illusion that this will be an easy task, but if we work together, we can do it.
Yes!
Yes! You can count on the Suzu.
Totally!
We'll be with you all the way. And we can deal with the Necrodancer together once we're on the other side. It sounds like a plan. But first we need to focus on repairing the loot. And the damage that our world has done to this one.
Let's go home.
Then we can all go home.
At last.
Yes!
Oh, it's so cute. What? The zombies. Oh. Oh, they all became like that? Yeah. Tell them. Oh, moisturize? I will. This is so cute though. Oh. So everyone became the zombos and stuff. This is so cute. You're over there helping us now. Was there someone missing there just now? Oh, is that Totoro? Is it supposed to be Totoro? The coach? Nice reference. Oh my god, where's the head? Oh, the head is way behind. Ah, so when we first met, it is the Necrodancer that's trying to run away. The coach and Hef? Oh, I just realized who this is. You know, it's one of the boss in Crypt of the Necrodancer. And Merlin is the one that sells the items in the crypt. Hef is the one that upgrades the blacksmiths and stuff. This is cute though, this one. I like how the Necrodancer and Cadence has more like the Akira's Light, of course, very important. Have more interaction between each other. I think that's pretty cute. This is nice. I like this one more. No one dies and stuff. The two of them is so fucking adorable. Merlin and Hef. Oh, the second stage music is here. So cool. Does Reaper... Oh, Reaper appear. Reaper is the... Ah, one of the bosses as well. DDR, nice. I love DDR. Used to play a lot of DDR, but not anymore. Beat the shit out of Necrodancer. Yeah, this game is very cute. Not much of a killing and I hate you or like, God damn it, why am I still here? That kind of storyline. This one is just cute. Very casual slice of life kind of thing. I love it. What's happening? Oh. Back to the crypt, clear story mode. That's cool. Alright, this is the only one with Impossible that I haven't beat. The only stage, right? I wonder if there's any secrets in this game. Theory for the little open mouth on the be one of the cutest things I've seen. Oh my god. I haven't ever had a reason to see this game. It's actually felt very nice though. Yeah, it doesn't feel too heavy. Everything feels very casual, right? Even the last boss is like, yeah, we beat the shit out of you. Now you walk with us. Now go back to Magic Hamburger and making burger, but no, you're fired. I just think that kind of thing is very cute. It's not like you're dead. Now I kill you. Right? No killing here. It's all good. I like it. It's fun. All right, time to suffer. Alright, here we go. I already forgot what am I supposed to do.
Time to end this.
Time to end this.
Let's try this.
Whoa.
Too slow.
Too fast, you mean? Dodge opposite side? No, dodge the same side.
You'll get. Not so fast.
Oh shit, opposite side. Okay, not bad, not bad.
Give me your power.
Loot. I like loot. Damn, he's stripping though.
So predictable.
Oh yeah, okay.
Typical.
I need to dodge that.
So try again.
Oh, tree beat.
Too slow.
Ah, it's so difficult. It's okay, I got this. It's kind of fast too.
3, 2, 1, you're done.
You're done. Oh, same direction.
You got. Give me your power! Not so fast!
Opposite direction when.
Try again.
Oh, opposite direction? Not the same direction.
Oh no!
I messed up so hard. Thanks, game. Being generous.
So obvious. Taste my wrath! Oh no!
Oh no!
That hurt.
Crap.
Oh. Reanimate! Not so fast! Oh no! Try again.
Ah, I messed up.
Too slow.
Oh, so it's really hard.
You got.
Oh, it's different direction. Oh, it's so hard, so hard. I think I'm getting there though. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Yeah, it changes the battle. It requires you to learn what they're doing and react to it.
3 and 2, and this is it.
This is it. At first I wouldn't believe too, right? Having no indication what to do changes so much. Oh, different direction, different direction.
You got.
Okay, okay, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. 9 health, 9 health.
Give me your power.
Oi!
Oh, I'm scared. Oh. You got me.
I'm so locked in.
Try
I
again.
forgot!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Actually reacted to that? I cannot believe it.
Reanimate. Oh no. Oh.
That was so dirty.
You got.
Okay.
Not so fast.
Oh, did I count it wrong?
Too slow.
Oh, different direction. Oops, my bad. Mm.
Try again.
I didn't even dodge that one. Different direction?
The loot is mine.
No. I got this.
Not so
Ah! I don't got this. I got fucked up. My brain is all jumbled up together. Oh, that was so close. I can so do this if I pay more attention. The fight does last a lot longer though, so I need to keep a calm mind.
3 and 2 and my turn.
My turn. There's no cheese in this, so I have to play properly.
Typical.
Oh, triple.
You got.
Okay, 9 health.
Give me your power.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm scared.
I'm scared.
You got me. You. Oh no!
Okay. Chill. It's okay. It's okay. Chill. The skeletons are so disturbing.
Oh.
Like distracting, disturbing. Need to dodge that. That's free damage for him. Oh!
Oh no!
Okay. Yo! Let's go! I told you I got it, just need to keep a calm mind. There we go. I'll take a B, hell yeah.
Oh, okay. Getting there.
Yeah. Yep. Do I get to watch the credit again? It's quite funny how he keeps trying to fool you for a counter attack and instantly leaves himself open right after. Yeah, I mean it's Necrodancer. Oh no! My loot!
Cadence.
My loot! Sound exactly like a kobold.
It can't be. What?
My loot!
Let's do it.
Yes!
Yes!
Let's go home.
God,
At
I love
last.
Nocturna. Nocturna can crush me. Ah! See, it's so light-hearted. I love it. I can watch this again, yeah. I want to see if there's anything changes because I beat everything in Impossible. So maybe? Hopefully, I hope. Three. Damn, look at Nocturna though. He's jamming though. Like Necrodancer is so jamming. Those sweet moves. Yes, the Big Fancy. Also known as Big Sexy by some friend of mine. Nocturna? I mean, they put Nocturna, they draw Nocturna here so hard. Nothing changes. Nothing changes, but I beat the game in Impossible though. Your favorite? I mean, in this game, there's no like dragon characters or like, you know, any of the sort. But if I were to choose, my favorite character would be Nocturna, yeah? This one is so stupid though, this one. Harmony just like head behind. break her own neck. Very nice. I actually did it though. All impossible. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people already did it as well, but man, I still can. Hey, the pawns are so cute though. Look at Nocturna. Look at the Akira slide. Dang. Oh, everyone is curious on what Suzu looks like under the mask. Right. Coach Slane. Maybe she's the plot twist. This is the mask. Something like there was one character in Naruto, right? I never watched the anime, but I think I saw like I saw a clip of like some guy who's constantly wearing mask, and everyone is curious what his mask what behind his mask looks like. I forgot what character. I mean, rather than saying I forgot, I don't know. I never watched the anime, so I have no idea. Something new, maybe? Are you telling me there's nothing new? Hiya. Who's this? 29? Oh my god. Oh! Oh, there's so many new music here. Oh my god. Oh, these are the boss music. In the rift form, not the boss fight form. Yeah. Okay, let's see. 30. So I guess 30 is like the maximum intensity. 28, 20, yeah, 30, 23. 20. I like this one. Portamello. What is this though? Why is like someone so beat up while smiling while losing a tooth? Oh yeah, I remember this one. This one feels very fun. Necrosonatica is gone in my favorites. Oh, your favorite is Necrosonatica? I don't know. There's so many that I really love. I mean, especially this one. So good. I want to play this one. Shopkeeper mode? Shopkeeper mode? What? Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Are you gonna sing? Oh my god, yes!
Awesome!
I love you, shopkeeper!
You're going.
I love you, shopkeeper! Oh my god!
Ah, here we go. Could be better.
In the zone! Alright! Come on, fire!
Oh, that part is really hard.
Tough break.
I almost did it too. Talk about singing well. It's the shopkeeper in the Necrodancer games. Always so cool. Maybe I should set the title little companion character, my tabletop RPG master, allow me to create as a Derek who's good on opera? Roaring opera? I mean, hey, it's a thing, roaring opera. Alright, let's listen to the other music. I mean, I already beat this game all in Impossible. I feel accomplished. Modifiers? Golden loot? The game will play itself automatically, but you can still trigger Viper whenever you like. Oh! Coda. Every input must be a perfect. Any mistake result in an instant loss. The ultimate challenge. No way! Coda is here? Why not Ariano? look at the art. Sexy have wow. Weren't there also like new music down there I saw? Question mark? Oh no, okay, I was wrong. What do I do with the diamonds? Remix?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh no, what is remix? Insane Freddy is number 1.
Let's rock!
Practice makes perfect.
That's not a full combo? What's different with remix?
Good luck.
Thanks, shopkeeper.
3, 2, 1, let's rock!
Oh no. Hitting those notes, shopkeeper. I forgot what this slime. Oh, remix is entirely different every time. No wonder it's so fucked up. So different seed every time?
3, 2, 1, bring it on!
Oh my god, different every time. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I'm doing this off stream. Holy shit. God damn, that is so difficult. Okay, I'm good. Okay, let me see what I want to play. Control to friends. Oh, I have only one friend playing this. Oh wait, no, is it because of difficulty? Oh, it is because of difficulty. Oh my god, sorry, I'm too stupid dumb playing everything on impossible. Oh my god. Yo. Did you know that this is also one of my favorite? Oh, I remember this one. Oh, this one is like so confusing. I like the music though because it's from the Curve of the Necrodancer game. 1, 2.
3, 2,
I love you,
1,
shopkeeper.
bring it on!
Oh, yes!
I forgot. As a difficult game enjoyer, I would say I understand wanting to go on impossible. I just think it's fun. I should try to play on easier difficulty actually.
That's the spirit! Right on the money!
On a roll! In the zone!
Good stuff!
Now we're talking. Keep it together.
I got locked up at the most unfortunate timing. Ah! Yeah, let's play something a little bit easier, right? I already gone through everything in Impossible. It's good enough. You want broken English? Can. I can speak broken English also can one, no problem. You want broken English? I can give you Pokken English one. No problem. Huh? You can expect a lot more Walawi or something like that, no? I think I'll be playing a bit of Raven's Watch as Wukong before taking a nap. I'll be lurking. Okay. Have good luck. Thank you for luck, huh? Always thank you for luck. Look very nice. Thank you. Also, hi Dan. Hello Dan. I will drink the water. Thank you. So nice to couple. Yeah. So nice couple, very happy. Okay, let's play everything on hard only lah.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Time to relax a bit, can
Right on!
You're golden!
Awesome!
That's the spirit!
On a roll! In the zone!
Oh, yes!
I need to get a really good time here. This is so nice for my brain. I feel very happy. Oh my god. Why not just play hard? Okay, ma. Hiya.
Now we're talking!
Oops.
I'm on fire! All right!
Wow, so easy. Hiya. I feel so happy. First try. First try. Walao.
Right on!
Right on. Feels good, man. Good job. I'll take it. Thank you. No, let's play some. Sorry. Let's play. Play some of my favorite music. If only hard, this one should be very easy, no? I mean, this one is also one of my favorite music. Overthinker. Overthinker.
3, 2, 1, go!
I can only play. Damn, hitting those notes. Oh.
Bring on.
Here we go!
Awesome. On a roll. In the zone.
My brain can hardly calculate what's going on.
Now we're talking.
It's such a different feeling. It's so different though. I mean, obviously it's different, but the difference is like huge. Like huge difference.
Very nice.
It's so crazy. Let me show you impossible. Like, brother, it's like heaven
let's
and
rock.
hell.
Right on.
Right on the money!
helmet, finally!
You're golden.
There we go.
Now we're talking.
That's the spirit.
Nice. I think I got a new high score for this one.
I'm game for another.
I'm game for. Oh, no new high score. I'm banned. I started an online match. I accidentally turned off the internet first 2 minutes of game. Maybe I should restart. If that's the case, rest sounds good. Yeah. Ooh, I like this one. I want to play Impossible on Shopkeeper.
3, 2, 1, come on! In the zone. Awesome!
Oh,
Don't shop till you drop.
don't shop till you drop.
3, 2, 1, fight!
I love the Shopkeeper design. Look at him, so happy.
Right on! Come on, fire! Right on!
You're golden.
In the zone.
Nice. Ooh. This is also one of my favorite piece of music. Very, very nice. I like.
Again.
New high score? I'll take it. I'm just gonna play this game like for fun now. I mean, I've always been playing this game for fun, by the way. For fun, as in I already finished the story, and it's already 3:30. I don't think switching games here would be a good idea since I need to sort of run off in about an hour and a half. An hour and a half though. Ugh, I don't know. That like this is like just the best. Should I play through everything on Impossible
3, 2, 1,
with
go!
Shopkeeper now?
Now we're talking.
Right on the money.
On a roll.
I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. I'm back. Hi, Kelsey. Wow, look at that. All right, it's Valentine's over at, well, it's not Valentine's here anymore because it's already Saturday. Yeah, it's already Saturday here. But hey, if you're celebrating Valentine's, happy Valentine's still. Is it yesterday? Actually, I don't remember. Oops. Hope you're doing good, Kelsey.
All right.
feels good, man. Like, these are like my favorite music, so it feels good to play on Impossible. I gotta go to A?
Yep.
Yep. More like, yep. I'm the beast. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Very... What's it? Why is the first place not full combo? Right, let's play on hard. I kinda like this one.
Three, two, one, move.
I don't understand this. What the hell?
Three, two, one.
It's
go.
very hard to that, I thought.
On a roll.
some of the parts are like confusing, but I realize I'm playing hard. I'm not playing impossible. So the beats are very straightforward.
I can definitely do this.
Yeah, the beat's very straightforward. I don't need to think that this is impossible. But the impossible of this music is really fun, though. Let's see if I can beat it again, and maybe get not a D. I hope. Nice, thanks.
3, 2, 1, come on!
Oh, it's left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's left up, left up, left up. Okay, I see, I see, I see, I see.
3, 2, 1, fight!
I know why I'm struggling so much now.
Come on, Cadence!
Is it not? Yeah, I know why I struggled the most with this music just yesterday.
Right on.
There we go.
Now we're talking.
Here we go!
Gotta focus. Back in the groove.
You're golden!
In the zone. On a roll. Come on, fire!
That last beat was a little bit weird, but hey, we take those. Can I maybe get a... Can I maybe get a... Get a C, baby? Yeah, we take
Just
those.
getting started.
Hi, Marix. Is this a sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer? I think... I personally, after finishing the story, I feel like it's not really a sequel, but like I mean, the characters are the same, but it doesn't really. I don't think it happens after what happened in Crypt of the Condenser question mark. Although I don't see Melody and Arya here though. Maybe? It could be though, right? It could be. But I hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm just having fun with the impossible music now. It hurts, but also it's very fun. Oh, we got a few new music here, of course. Alright, I'm ready to die again. Here we go. Let's just do normal mode for now.
3, 2, 1, go! Awesome! I won't give up.
Oh,
Okay, gotta figure this out.
oh my god, it's so hard.
3, 2, 1, let's go! Right on! Alright! Not good.
Oh my
Let's
god.
try that again.
It's so hard. No, you know what? I'm gonna quit this one real quick. I'm going to change music for now. I like this one more. The matron fight. When I was fighting the matron, I was like, oh, the music is so
3, 2,
cool
1,
though.
go!
Oh god, it's so fast.
In the zone.
Oh my god.
Gotta focus. I'm not done yet.
Oh,
I know I can do it. 3, 2, 1, fight! Right on!
that was not bad.
Awesome! Come on, Cadence.
Oh my god.
I'll win next time.
Okay. 5.
3, 2, 1, move! I'm on fire! won't give up.
Oh jeez.
Time for a rematch.
Oh jeez. Too many bets on. Too many bets.
3, 2, 1, fight! Now we're talking.
Please.
All right. I'm on fire. Keep it together.
Too many bets. So okay. If it's left up, so it's left up right left left right up right. So okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Try again. I got this.
On a roll. In the zone. Awesome. Gotta focus.
Oh, oops!
No
It's not.
way.
Wait, is it not? 我想想，172、273，所以是122、331。Isn't it 112-122-331 for the double golden band? No way, right?
3, 2, 1, move.
Let's start from. I died at 200, right? Start from 200 and stop at around 250, I think.
Now that's 110%!
And I'll follow that.
Ah, yes! Impressive!
Few more tries.
Right on.
Almost got it, almost got it.
Looking swole!
A little bit, right? A little bit. Not the cleanest, but I'll take it. Once I get the feeling, it's so satisfying to do, honestly.
Three, two, one, move! On a roll! In the zone. Awesome. Not good.
Ah, I still don't get it. I panicked.
3, 2, 1, fight! Now we're talking. I'm on fire! Right! Awesome! Come on, Cadence.
I don't understand
How
this
about
one.
a do-over?
It's a very weird one, this one.
3, 2, 1, go! On a roll!
I forgot.
Now we're talking. Right on. I won't give up. Okay. In the zone. Oh, I almost had it.
Is it not? Is it not? Is it not? Is it not the ta 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 ta? Am I getting it wrong? Weird. I mean, I thought I got it right, but eh. Oh, it's already 4. Wow. I might actually end the stream early today because just now my sister came in and then tells me that they're gonna go for the family dinner a tad bit earlier than usual today. So because we're gonna go to the place a little bit earlier, since the place is like usually packed. So I might have to end the stream quite early today.
3, 2, 1, move. I'm on fire. Right on. On a roll. Keep it together. That's more like it. Awesome. Not good. Let's go.
Ooh, I
can't
don't
give up.
really understand this one. I thought it's ta 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 ta, but I guess it's wrong? Question mark. Shit. Okay, let's give it more tries. I mean, when I struggle with a beat, I would just go practice mode and just like keep finding a beat until I get it right. I think I died at 287. I think. Is it 287? I don't remember. Crap. Last one 270. Yep.
Now we're talking.
Yep.
That's how it's done!
Okay, so I'm at 410. Okay. 420. Very nice. Hi again, Evie.
They might be monsters, but you're a beast!
Thank you, coach.
Just like how we do it back home!
Oh my god. I'm gonna start at 290. Okay, I kind of get it now. So it's blue slime to bird.
That's how it's done!
Oh, okay. I might be able to save the Wraith power towards the end there, I think. It looks like that part doesn't really last too long, I hope. I mean, I can only hope, right?
3, 2, 1, fight! In the zone. In the zone. On a roll.
Imperial TV? I have to admit,
I won't give up. Let's try that again.
so hard. The last part is even harder than I thought. Hi, Breen. Oh, hi, Breen. It's been a long time. Hello. Oh my god, I hope Breen is doing good. Oh, did the cowboy might not show up? Oh. Oh, I think I know what's up. I think I forgot to put the words into the scene. My bad.
Awesome.
I bet the night stars here around more. That isn't that like a good and bad thing? Because night shift.
I'm on fire. Right on. talking. Ah, I almost had it.
Isn't it? Oh, it's bird, blue slime, bird. I think that's it. So it's like
Up, left, up, delay, up, right. Oh, sorry, left, up, delay, up, left. So dun 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 dun, right? And then the second part is like dun 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 dun. I think that's what it is. Nights are my normal. I'm a lot better adjusted to them. Oh, then sounds good. Oh, we have Spooder. We have Spooder on screen. I mean, Spooder is Kobold friend, right? I have to end the stream soon. I have family dinner after. It's my mama's birthday today.
3, 2, 1, go! Alright.
Not clean.
Awesome! I'm on fire! In the zone. Come on, Cadence.
Oh,
I know I can do it.
I have to practice more. Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
Yes,
move.
Kobold friend. I mean, Spooder is smaller than Kobold, but they're still friend. Chicken Nuggy. From T20? From T20 to the end. Let's do it.
Impressive!
I hate the bird. Actually hate the bird. The bird is what messes me up always as well. Bird and the zombies.
Now we're talking.
I don't think I can do this. This is too many birds.
Now that's 110%! That's how it's done!
Oh, call is not working? Oh, I didn't add call as well. Shit. All like the comment I didn't put. My bad. I did all the redeems, but I forgot about the
Monsters,
comment.
but you're a beast!
Right on.
I kinda got it. Kind of.
Just like how we do it back home!
Okay, a few more tries. I think I might have gotten. I think I got it. I think. Hopefully.
Yes! Impressive!
I'm on fire. Awesome.
Almost. I'm still messing up a lot now.
Looking swole! Impressive!
Now we're talking.
Oh my god. Looking at the bird is like the most tiring thing ever.
Just like how we do it back home!
That was so bad.
That's how it's done!
Okay. That's so easy, I can do that. Hand me that remote. I need to find the remote now. I don't have the remote. I don't know how to give it to Zeus Pop. How do I give it to you? Hi Zeus Pop. Alright, let's try again. I think I can do this now. I think I can do this.
3, 2, 1, go! Alright!
Can be able to do it.
On a roll!
Don't panic. Don't panic. It's fine.
Right on! In the zone! Gotta focus.
Ew, the red bird.
No way!
The red bird. No, I cannot believe it. The red bird is too fast. I was so close. I mean, the practice paid off, I guess. Cartographox, hi. Welcome. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Not the harpies. The harpies is like the bane of my existence. The harpies and also the zombos, right? They jump around, and then my head goes like. Bleh. Yeah, there's no time to react, especially when it's so fast.
I'm on fire!
I'm just glad that I got through this game, like the story mode. I finished all in impossible.
Alright!
I thought I was going to struggle with armadillos, but they're mostly okay. Yeah, armadillos is pretty fun.
In the zone!
Let's go, we learn.
Now we're talking!
I missed
Time
one.
for a rematch.
Oh man, it's so hard. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a small break and playing the music that I like. Okay. Did you already finish the story? I did. I finished everything in Impossible. It's so fun though. I mean, each pieces take me like 1 to 2 hours to beat. Going through practice mode, keep losing, and then like going through practice mode again. Eventually beat the music and then just like go through the story again. Super impressed at this far. I only did it on medium, and that's mostly because I wanted the story. I'll work up to hard one day maybe. It just definitely play this game to your own. Like, if you enjoy playing on medium, hell yeah, playing it on medium is also good, right? I think the most important thing is that you play on the difficulty that you enjoy the most. Yeah, it's just so fun. I know, it's so good. The story is so cute as well, I'm not gonna lie. It's really fun. I like it, right? I don't know why I decided to play on Impossible. Maybe I just like it. I'm sorry, but it's fun though, right? It's actually so fun, like, to play on Impossible mode. To me personally, right? I'm not like trying to tell people that don't play Impossible.
3, 2, 1, move.
There's no need to be that way.
On a roll.
I love you, shopkeeper.
Right on the money. That's the spirit.
Nice. Actually kind of clean. I think this is the cleanest so far.
Right on.
Oh, yes. Good stuff.
I didn't learn this part. This is how I beat most of the Impossible difficulty, by the way. Just press just press 3 buttons at once on beat. Sometimes it works, right? Most of the time it doesn't work though. The story gives me the the happy. It's silly, but I love it. Yeah, the story is like not it's not like I want to kill you to avenge someone, right? Yeah, I kill you because you kill this guy, and now I'm gonna avenge this guy because this guy died. Right? Just nothing like that. It's just like, you took the loot and then you accidentally teleport us to Magic Hamburger. Yeah, it's just a bunch of goofs that wants to get home, and I love that so much. It's so good. It's so lighthearted. I love it. Well, Shopkeeper seriously seems to make every song even better. Yeah, he's the shopkeeper. Yeah, he's the shopkeeper, right? Just spam the triple. Just spam the triple. We love to spam the triple. And of course, my absolute favorite. I think this is the only music on Impossible that I got A. Because I'm pretty okay with like fast beats. I'm not good with slow and mixed up. Right? Go Shopkeeper! Your favorite too? Heck yeah, it's so good. But it seems they changed the Suzu voice actor. They changed it because in the demo she sounds different. She sounds way cooler. Not like a little kid. Gosh, I love you, Shopkeeper! Hey.
On a roll.
Hey. Hey, I want 2 money. I got you paid always.
I'm on fire.
Nice. Oh, have you played Friday Night Funkin'? Sorry, Funkin'? I did. I used to play. I only choose a certain mod to play now. I played the
Oh yeah.
Retrospective mod because cool lizard, right? I'm waiting for I'm actually waiting for Retrospector Part 2. I don't know when they're gonna come out, to be honest. But it seems like Retrospector isn't doing well in terms of like the mod development. There seems to be a lot of problem going on. I mean, it's Friday Night Funkin', so I'm not really surprised. Hi, Metal. One as Wukong. Time to net and got a pretty great team second time around, so I guess accidentally turning off my internet was great. Nice. Hope you're doing good, Metal. You thought that too, right? So I'm glad it's not just me. Weird how they changed the voice acting. The one that destroyed me is this one. Wukong? I mean, Evans mentioned something about Wukong. I have no idea what game that is. This one is also really hard. It's so fun.
3, 2, 1, come on! In the zone.
Oh my god.
I'm on fire!
I'm trying.
On a roll!
Why is that part so difficult? Did I press extra? Shit.
Keep it together.
I died to bats!
Oh no!
I died to bats! I cannot believe it! Oh my god. I was playing Raven's Watch. Wukong is one of the characters. Actual Sun Wukong. It's the sun. I love how what is it again? There was like shit. There was like a PS2 game that I played that has like a Wukong. You know, like the voice acting Sun Wukong. Brother, it's soon. Come on. I love the PS2 voice acting era,
2, 1, move!
especially on Dynasty Warrior.
Right on!
That's the spirit.
Now we're talking. Right on! Awesome! I won't give up!
You're golden.
My brain cannot bad. It's so difficult.
In the zone!
Ah, here we go.
Oh, I pressed down like a dum-dum. Ah, golden bats! Yeah, I mean, this is a golden bat. What time is it? 4:47. Ooh, I can play a few more music. It's kind of funny how I cannot go through any music right now. Of course, I have to play my absolute favorite as well. It would not be a
3, 2,
Necrodancer game without a Disco Descent.
on a roll! I'm on fire!
one too many.
Right on the money.
I messed up. Shopkeeper is so cool.
That's the spirit.
In the zone.
Oh, messed up.
Right on.
Oh, yes.
I'm on fire.
Nice. Ooh, this one is pretty clean. Except for a few parts where I actually messed up so hard that I almost cried.
Nothing to it.
What's the shit under that mean? Circle is on beat. Diamond is off beat. Star with many spikes. That one is irregular beat. It's not off or on beat. It's irregular. That's how like the visual clarify. It's a visual thing, right? It helps. Stars is hidden. Yeah, something like that. That's one way to put it. Yeah. Ooh, I forgot about Overthinker. Ooh, Count Funkula is really good. Overthinker first. No. I want Count Funkula. Time to die. You try and hit it and hope you do it right. Yeah,
2, 1, let's go.
it's very irregular.
That's the spirit.
I forgot. Oh, it's not. Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot how hard this one is. Hi, Mert. And welcome, Mert. Yep. Oh my god, yep. I think I can only give it one more try and then I have to end the stream.
3, 2, 1, go! Come on, fire!
Hey.
Right on the money. Here we go.
This part is so fucked up.
Good stuff.
On a roll! Come on, Cadence.
Easy now.
Oh no!
That's the spirit.
Okay, easy. You know what? It's not easy. It's hard as fuck. I need to show you something cute. Yeah, yeah. Is it Murph?
Oh, okay.
I
Getting
mean,
there.
Murph is pretty cute, I think. It's in Discord, not me though. I'll look at it. Oh, it's Bird. Yes, I haven't watched Bird in a long time. Ben and Timothy. Alright, let's close this game and watch it. I have to go family dinner soon, so I have to end the stream a little bit earlier than usual. I only stream for like 4 hours is good enough. 4 hours is pretty good, I would say. Pretty good. Yeah. Such a nice little light-hearted Satori. Very nice. Alright, let me open up real quick. My the perfect bird noise.
My dearest Petunia, would I rip out mine own heart just to be your Valentine on this day? Okay, do it. What? Do it. Rip your heart out. Give me.
Do it.
Well, there's more of like a poetry thing. Well, I'm not gonna date a fucking liar. Do it. All right.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Dude, no, I don't think you're actually gonna fucking do it. No, I'm good. I don't want to be your stupid Valentine. It was sweet though. It was good job. Good job.
Good job.
Bye.
Oh, the green or the blue one is so mean. No.
My dearest Petunia, would I rip out mine own heart just to be your Valentine on this day? Okay, do it.
Okay, do it.
What? Do it. Rip your heart out. Give me. Well, there's
Give me.
more of like a
Give me.
poetry thing. Well, I'm not gonna date a fucking liar. Do it.
Not gonna date a
Alright.
fucking liar.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
Dude, no, I don't think you're actually gonna fucking do it. No, I'm good. I don't want to be your stupid Valentine. It was sweet though. It was good
It was
job.
sweet though. It was sweet though. Good job.
Bye.
The little kiss though. The little kiss though. Ooh, I've been watching this Shipwrecked. It's so good. Sorry. It's Shipwrecked. I need the I want the playlist. Ah, there it is, playlist. We start from Rift Within. Isn't this like, oh yeah, it is. This is Suzu's stage. Okay, let me go big. Wow, I'm so big now. For a kobold. Oh, you know, not to stroke my own ego or something, you know. But last night, before I went to sleep, one of my friend messaged me on Steam, and then they sent me a screenshot of me playing everything in Impossible. And they were like, "Yo, I see all your name on the hardest difficulty. You are so good at this, XD." Right? They said this. I was like, huh? No, I'm not good. I'm just stubborn enough to play. I'm just stubborn enough to play them. Yeah, being stubborn. Wow. It was really delightful hearing that, to be honest. Right? I don't think I'm good at anything, but when someone compliments me like that, it's like, oh my god. Oh my god. Think. I'll take it. Think. You're big, I'm big. I mean, I'm big for a kobold, right? I'm good. 106 cm is like big for a kobold. I'm pretty sure. Someone told me, right? Night, Evie. Have good dinner. Thank you. I can have a good dinner. I hate to tell you this, but you are good. It comes from stubbornness and practice. Yes, that's even more impressive. But I'm too stubborn for my own good sometimes. Oh, this is also one of my favorite music. The first section is so cool. But anyway, who's Trump? Who red? Who red? Salo. Oh, Salo! Hey, I never really got a chance to raid Salo. I haven't raided into Jester in a while as well. But I kinda want to raid Salo, because Salo is Kobold friend. Kobold friend, nice. Kobold friend, very nice, Kobold. So, stubbornness can also be good sometimes. Oh yeah, I experienced the good sometimes, especially when I play Especially when I play something like Tekken, right? Or like, oh, no, not Tekken. Yeah, why so lazy one? So noisy. The Monster Hunter. Yeah, Monster Hunter. I'm so stubborn that I don't want to build optimal set. I want to build upon drip, right? If an armor looks good, I want it. If the armor has good skill, I don't care, right? So hence I have this this feeling, not feeling, sorry, I'm being stubborn by using weak armor, but the armor that looks good, right? And then I went into a fight that's harder, right? That's way harder. And I was be like, oh, I have to learn everything, dodge perfectly and stuff like that. Although, to be honest, I feel like doing that is also fun, so... And part of me is having fun while being also stubborn, so... It's a mix of the two, I guess. You're cute, you're good. I'm gonna cry! I will cry as a self-defense mechanism. Okay, we're gonna raid Salo. It's fine. Oh, hey! Why am I spinning? Help! I'm back. I forgot about... So, the exclamation mark commands, I need to re-add them in Firebot. Changed the bot not too long ago. So there are a few things that I'm still missing, right? I need to add them afterwards. Oh, I forgot about Bernie! What? Why are you killing me with boobs? Nice, Snow. Do I want to do it here? No, I'm lazy. Why am I lazy? Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah. We don't summon Bernie, it's okay. But I'm still gonna... Why is it on caps? So scuffed. There. No Bernie, but hey, I have a coffee. It's donation, you're right. And I also have a Discord channel where I spam dragon pictures when I can. I have a dragon sleeping corner over there. Obviously, as a co-mod, I need to have that. And also, I announce stream stuff over there as well. But dragon sleeping corner, though, very important. Salo is smaller than me, but I think Salo is way stronger than I am. Because Salo does all the workout that he does, which is very impressive. Let's ask Salo for uppies, why not? This one. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. Tomorrow, tomorrow, Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate? Maybe? I need to bring the Switch upstairs. My Switch currently is downstairs. My mama wants to use it sometimes to play the game. We'll see. Or maybe there's other games that I want to play. Let me check. I mean, I haven't played Tekken in a long time. Happy Valentine. Happy Valentine's to you as well. So is everyone in the chat. Happy Valentine. It's not Valentine here anymore, but hey, you know, time zones and stuff. Hope you have a good one. I don't know if I want to play Tekken tomorrow though. Even though I love Tekken, but not feeling it. Is there any update on Atlas? Remember the game where we can all be mega thick? Like super thick? I wonder if there's any updates. Oh, yesterday there's an update. Wow. Don't know about Atlas though. I think chances are that I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate tomorrow, most likely. If not, probably Counter-Strike. I mean, I've been playing Counter-Strike with my mid-school friends lately, and it's kind of fun. Ooh, maybe I should play Counter-Strike for a little bit. Ooh. Why not, right? You know what? Let's play some shooty bang bang tomorrow. Then let me type in the raid to Salo. There we go. Type in the raid. Would you like to play Risk of Rain 2 with you? Oh, would I want to play? Oh, gee, I don't know. I haven't played Risk of Rain 2 in a while. And usually during nighttime, I just kind of play games with my mid-school friends, usually. Or I spend the nighttime doing my, like, stream stuff if I want to. If I can. Figuring out new stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the offer, but I think maybe not. Not now, at least. Okay, I type in the rate. I'm gonna rate because I need to prepare for the family dinner. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? Here comes the raid to Stano. Gonna raid to another Cobalt friend. I've been seeing Salo playing Star Sector for the past few weeks, or even months actually. Don't know what that game is. I saw Salo play for a bit, but there's so many words that I just cannot... I cannot read, it's too hard. I cannot read. What? Why is it ad break? Before we go, all the yips. Oh my god, yip! Yip. Sikiki wa omae wa? Yip. Sorry. Oh, the yips. We're gonna bring the yippers to another yipper. Bring all the yippers to another yipper. Right, see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. So many yips.